All right. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice, back again with some gaming goodness. Today, we are back with some more Clair Obscur. Beautiful game by Sandfall Interactive. There we go. A team of 33 in France, all junior developers, making what many are calling the greatest AA game in years and a truly phenomenal experience. Now, you may notice my playtime seems a good bit higher than it did last time I played. Or maybe you don't notice that. That's reasonable. Why would you notice that? That's something an insane person would notice. I was very curious about finding something in this game. I was very curious about finding the Pictos that let you move twice in one turn. It is called Cheater, which is funny. Because you're literally going two times in a row. And it belonged to our old boy, Sprong. This guy. Sprong. So last night, for maybe an hour or two after I played the game, I played a little more, trying to beat Sprong. And I was just trying to get used to the timing of his attacks. And he had so much health, in the millions. It was ridiculous. I couldn't really sleep last night. I woke up around 6:30 in the morning on a Sunday, kind of a bummer, kind of a waste of a Sunday. So from 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. I was watching YouTube videos fighting Sprong. It took so long to beat Sprong. But I finally did. I got Lightning Dance for her. I didn't save a video. I should have saved a video. I saved a video of a different boss. So I went around the map just killing a few small bosses, like the Chromatic Mononews, the Poisonous Jar. I was just learning patterns. I have really upped their... I took the time to really build them, because I wanted to get this attack 2 times.
Now was our chance.
And it's... I got Elemental Genesis for Lune, I got Lightning Dance for Lune, which is... they're all just really cool moves. I eventually got so good at fighting Sprong, I can still tell you the exact timing of his moves, which ones to dodge and which ones to parry. His initial slam, very easily parryable. Then he did a move called Sabotage, where he shoots 1, 2, 3 lasers, then stumbles, and immediately shoots a 4th laser. And it's a fake out. You're like, oh, he's done. Nope. Those, I could not parry their timing. I had to dodge those. Lasers, just dodge. Not worth parrying. Then he does... Slam, slam, sweep about a half a millisecond later. Then a full second later, slam again. That was parryable once I got used to the timing. Then he did a charge up for a turn. Then on 5th turn he did sweep, sweep. Two laser sweep attacks. Very easily parryable. So I built all 3 of these 3 with breaking and countering as their main thing. And just got used to the timing. I saved all my gradients for heals. I did not use any gradients. CL has become pure support. Her entire thing is getting AP to cast the ability to let Lune go again, and again, and again. And, yeah, I got a lot more out of it. Oh, whoops. Is that an extra luminous point? I meant to do this. So yes, I have the Cheater, which gives Lune a second turn. Lune is kind of nuts. My new loop with her. Wildfire, Thermal Transfer, Lightning Dance, and then just repeat those 3. It's kind of busted. When I have enough energy, I use the Earth Genesis, or Earth, one of her Earth abilities, and I have enough for Elemental Genesis. It's solid. I haven't been using Monoko and Verso as much. I found that this trio, CL, Lune, Mael, who's all burning. The entire fight with Sprung, I got a new ability as Mael, Pyrolyze. It was just Spark, Rain of Fire, Pyrolyze. Spark, Rain of Fire, Pyrolyze. And I got energizing abilities. Where is it? Energizing Start, Dodger, just abilities to build AP. Sprung, the boss, was constantly anywhere between 20 to 34 burn. But I died to him. Again, I did it for maybe about 2 hours last night and 4 hours this morning. So I fought Sprung for about 6 hours total to get that Pictos. But I think it was worth it. And that's, you know what, that's better than doing it on stream for 6 hours, I think. Because I was just locked in. I was just... So I don't know if it would have been the most engaging content. Hey, son. Crystal Skull Gang, what's up, gang? You're rewatching Indiana Jones right now. I love it. So, let's see. Last time on, we were doing some exploration of the continent, Old Lumiere. We found our way, to, Old Lumiere, to the mansion, where Verso revealed to us that he, Renoir, and Alicia are, all of these 3 immortals are literally family. His father and his sister. rush to boost everyone's speed. I realized how broken speed is. So I did this match to grind up a little bit. I would do this match, go to camp, quickly pop out. So in about a minute, every minute, it took me about 15 seconds to go in and out of camp. I got 40,000. And I'm sure there's more efficient places to grind, but I did it here. Yeah, Bill, I realized how crazy good speed is. That sounds weird. Not the drug speed. I've never tried speed. Good. Anyway, so we did Old Lumiere. We found out the method to find the Paintress's heart was missing, which we were going to use the Paintress's heart to get to the Paintress. Can't do that. She's locked behind a barrier that gommages anyone who flies into it. So we have to forge a weapon using axons, which are super old, super powerful Nevrons. There's one on this island made of faces called Visages, and one over on that island of statues called Cyrene. Also realized I usually pop into these. Oh, I also fought the very first hard area. Was that purple area called Abest? That's creepy. That looks like a gestural tower. Am I going up a gestural tower? Crows. It's covered in crows. That makes sense. So I got everyone a good amount of levels, is what I'm saying. And I started really bolstering speed. I feel like defense is too high for Lune. I think I might want to reuse a point and respec all of this into might. And just make her a nuke, because I realize how good she is. Because improving speed improves defense as well.
Corin, 34th Expedition.
This is the one just before us.
Looks like our elemental focus strategy didn't pay off. Who would have thought some Nevrons would be immune to every element? We have discovered so much, though. I suspect there is a deeper level of chroma beyond what Pictos enable us to manipulate. The pull of chroma grows as we get closer to the monolith. But thus far, we've been unable to tap into those flows. Maybe Gustav's idea to convert chroma from Pictos to... what did he call it? Lumina. Maybe that's not so crazy after all.
Yep. That was the expedition. So during the past year, we made the Lumina converter. Why is this area considered dangerous? Why is this area considered dangerous? So I started checking out all the danger areas, though, after I beat... I went back to the... Abyss something. The very, very first dangerous area we ever saw. And the danger sign was gone after I beat Sprung. So I fought him. He did take out one of my characters pretty quickly, but then I just got used to the timing and took him out pretty quickly. He didn't have a lot of HP, and after fighting Sprung, I felt like it was a lot easier. Is there anything here? Alright, Expedition 33, the Crows? Why is it dangerous? Duh. Fool. The Crows. It's literally called the Crows. Let's see why this level is dangerous. I like how many crows have congregated directly beneath a scarecrow. They have a good sense of irony. Scarecrow with an axe? Oh no, there's a guy on there. Alright, let's see how dangerous this guy is. Chromatic Chapelier. Enemy, dang it. that's not great. But my light attacks are being...
Let's spill some ink.
See, I have so much for her.
A storm is coming. I'm ready.
Okay, let's give them both energy. Have her use intervention.
Time to hit big.
So
Got up.
just a one-off execution.
What today?
I don't want them to stick around. I feel like that would be bad.
Let us stain them. Dear Ethan. The dance begins.
So, I gotta do the burn, and I gotta do a lot of free aim attack, AP attacks. So we'll come back. No light-based weapons against him. And I need a lot of free aim attacks. Alright. Cool. I just wanted to pop in there quickly because I've now popped into every danger area and at least seen what they have in store for me. So I think I wanted to do Visages first, then I was going to do Cyrene. We have to find these two super giant Nevrons called Axons and fight them.
So this is Visage Island.
Visage.
He who guards truth with lies.
Like masks and...
Are those faces?
An infinite sea of them.
Perfect.
I'm gonna be very careful with my color of Lumina. I wanted to equip everyone with the cheater Lumina. It takes 40 to give it to everyone.
Is the island singing?
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
Oh, we also, very big, very sad, we lost Noko, our adorable baby Gestural, and Monaco's kind of son. That was weird. Is that him? Is that the Axon?
What's it doing?
Pointing us, guiding us.
It's not attacking.
Is that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Nevrons.
Yeah.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
What? Who this? Oh, this is creepy. I just wearing armor covered in faces. That's creepy.
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless,
He who guards
these
truth
weapons
with
will stay
lies.
harmless too.
Touche. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure. They may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
Oh, that's creepy.
Well, head straight to the Axon. Or take the other paths.
Well, that was... That was genuinely... Hey! Nice. Expedition 69. Which, we actually heard about in the beginning of this game. They were the Climbers Expedition. Wherever there's the handholds, a lot of them were Expedition 69. That's crazy. That's insane. Sidon. On start turn, gain 1 shield if at least 1 sun charge is active. That sounds awesome. Tremors came, the landscape changed, and humans were nowhere to be found. I have Moisson. During Twilight, all damage is dealt is doubled, but... So this does a lot less damage. A lot less damage. But it gets me shield. Which is just a free hit. Visage Plaza. I think this is the way I came from, right? No. This is... That's the way I came from. So let's see what this is. Big old happy face. You know what? Usually I say explore everything before you do the story. But in my case, I'm curious.
These masks feel ominous.
I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. His senseless war, why? To end what? Lives shattered for what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, the price he paid for his hubris. Our hubris, sorry. I would have traded my years for his. This place, this Axon, they are part of his story.
What does that mean? He who guards truth with lies?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
All of the above. Expedition 39 made it this far. I want to see what this is, and then we'll go explore the rest of the island. It's got all these faces, 5 faces. Drops a mask. Saddled man. Don't put it on. They're gonna talk to me.
I think you pissed him off.
A mask emerges from the mirror. We don't have enough, but we'll go get him before it hits.
Let's be honest. Chroma is flowing.
That was too easy. So what is the Mask Keeper? Is he a Nevron? Is he a... Is that going to be part of his, like, face?
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso.
Verso?
Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask All this.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
Like, look at that HP bar. It's gone. Luna's insane. Mask of Emotions. Anger Mask makes him play a second time. What are these locks? Pound. That's why I couldn't dodge. God damn it. Tree of Life immediately.
Now is our chance.
Resplendent Chroma, Recode, Immaculate. 30 increased damage until a hit is received. That's again good for my Lune, who is all about getting that big first attacks.
We did it.
No.
No, wait.
We all need masks.
They're just bouncing off of Monaco's face! This is such a dark and weird and creepy scene. And they're just bonk, bonk, bonk. Why didn't it affect CL?
This mask can't hurt me.
She's confident she knows who she is.
It is me.
She took off his mask. That armor of faces is so cool. I'm thinking about D&D, how I could incorporate that as like an armor set for a character, for a place to play a character.
You okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the
That's it?
curator.
CL's kind of a badass. Take his foot. Monaco, take his foot.
That was Verso, wasn't it?
That was Verso, wasn't it?
Renoir.
That was Verso, wasn't it, Renoir? Well, first axe on down. Back at camp. Verso. The reverse of something, such as a coin or a painting. Literally the reverse, the verso.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
Why?
That looked like a young Renoir. Renoir.
I saw.
What happened?
I saw. It was. Renoir?
I used to see him in my nightmares too. It can be quite traumatizing.
No, there's more to it, Verso. More than you're letting on. Who was the female one of these? Again, I'm thinking that I have a thought that maybe these are all parts of the Immortals. So could this be part of Verso or part of Renoir? I'm also thinking cycles, maybe. Like, Mael is a replica of Alicia. Could I be a replica of could Gustav have been like Verso's replica? I'm happy with her for now. The next move I want to get for her was, I think Crystal Crush is really good because I don't have a good break with her yet. Rock Slide is fine. But this seems pretty good, and it gives me an Earth, which would help set me up for Elemental Genesis in an easier way. But Terraquake also looks amazing. Lower damage, break damage to all enemies every turn. Increases break damage received by 50%. Duration's 3 turns. That sounds awesome. And it's only 5. So it's actually cheaper than Crystal Crush. And if I do that after Lightning, I'll have a Lightning and a Light, which allows me to increase it to 5 turns. I don't really know what to do with Verso yet, so I'm waiting on Verso. CL, I was going to be going for... I really like these two, Sealed Fate and Grim Harvest. Again, I'm playing her mostly as support. So I was considering doing something like this all set. Give just everything to everyone. And replacing the... Rush. With that, it costs twice as much AP, but gives shield and powerful and rush. Which is kind of amazing. I also got this ability. Because Mael and Lune both started off with fire. Searing Bond, if I do this on a burning enemy, it applies Foretell to every enemy. Across the board, which goes really, really well with Mael's Wildfire. Otherwise, I start with Spectral Sweep or Rush for my Sun ability. But I think of like that would be my like last, because if I have that, it consumes all Foretell. Right? Is this the one that consumes all Foretell? Each hit can consume one Foretell and add 200% more damage. That's nuts. And crits don't remove that. So 7 hits, if I have high crit, I can do 7 hits and not remove any Foretell. That's wild. Which is the one that consumed the Foretell? That one. No, that one right there, Plentiful Harvest. So if I do that, it gives everyone Foretell that I can Grim Harvest to give AP to every member of the party. That's why she is such a good support. So I'm waiting. I'm going to do Sealed Fate for a combat one. And maybe all set for another support. Mael, I like where she's at. I don't really know what else I want to do with Mael. I think I wanted to start moving towards this Sword Ballet. But I think I also want to save up for when these top 3 unlock. Because she's the only character with stuff that has yet to unlock.
One down, one to go.
The next one will be hard.
You know I want to spend time with CL. She's so confident and self-assured, but yeah.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess. Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
What does that mean?
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Home?
Yes. Home. With everyone I've
Everyone I
ever
love
loved.
is already dead, so when I die, I will be going home.
Afterlife.
I don't know. If there is, then I'll see everyone after death, and if there isn't, I'll simply join them in death. I'll be with them either way.
That's a beautiful way of thinking about it.
It's an interesting philosophy.
True. I'm not quite as old as you. Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated?
Oh, how kind of you to acknowledge my wisdom. Can you, mention my wisdom to Minoko?
Oh, actually, isn't Minoko even older?
No, please do. You'll probably learn valuable things about Nevron feet and rocks. All I can offer is another story. Oh, and here I had...
Save it for tomorrow.
What do you have in mind?
That depends.
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Oh,
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the last time you seduced someone?
Not counting Minoko.
So?
Oof. As a player, as me, I'm more into Lune. Because she's a baddie, and she's got the feet out. Not really into feet, but I gotta mention them for because you're the internet and you're all a bunch of freaks. But as a writer, as a storyteller, I really like these two together. So, like, if it was Gustav, I would be going for Lune. But I think Verso and CL work really, really, really well together. They play off each other.
Do you even need to ask?
The bond between Ciel and Verso deepens. Cool. You spend time away with her a bit more than friends. She feels inspired. Her second gradient attack? Doom? Oh dear lord!
One down.
The next one.
About?
The odds of killing Axons. Close, but not zero.
Not zero.
You have nightmares too.
Yeah. He's hard to shake.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's spend time with the little kid, the little tyke.
In Lumiere, did your parents choose your name?
Yeah, I guess.
Mael means chief and prince, or, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
What made you think of that?
You said you were an unwelcome surprise, but I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you, what kind of life they dreamed for you.
A princess.
Chief. Get.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted some.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gommaged.
Well, you've certainly done that.
I don't know.
What do you dream of now?
Figuring that out.
What do I want?
Well, what did you used to?
Music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it.
Is that why there's a
This
piano
before
in the manor?
concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I could just lose myself. Every time I play, it feels like my heart's about to break from...
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera. I want my first concert to be yours. And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed.
Oh, no pressure, huh?
Pinky swear. Phoenix Flame. Alright, she's our little Jean Grey.
You have...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, wait, no. No.
Seems you were right about these expeditioners.
They've grown on you, haven't
Maybe.
they? They have.
That scene with the mask is so dramatic. Them bouncing off Monaco is wild.
Why would I be foolish enough to do that?
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mop.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, my hair is impeccable. Stop being grumpy.
You first.
Fine.
Actually, that does look nice. Okay, I'm in. Style away. Ooh, yes, indeed. This
Braids.
is quite fetching.
Great. We're twins.
Verso and Monaco bond over their manly love of style, which they will never admit to each other.
Yeah.
Well, I have to equip the best friends' hairstyles. You know what? Let me go back to Expedition. When I don't remember when I unlocked that. I kind of dig the beret on her though.
I recognize that look.
Those masks.
What about them? Are you jealous?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Sometimes I love too hard. I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's, hard to control.
I also found one more lost gestural while exploring. Which brings me up to 6. 3 to go.
Seems you were right.
They've grown.
Maybe.
They have.
Write in the journal. She spent some time writing in the journal to honor his memory. She writes about how fearsome and incredible the accents are, bigger than mountains. So, I'm so curious, was the giant Axum part of the Mask Keeper? Was that the mask that he put on? The mask of this giant fearsome monster when he himself was a Mask Keeper? Oh, Mael and Esquier?
Do you mind if I, play here?
Play. Oh, we heard him play the piano. Did he just manifest a piano? What are your powers, my guy? Do this in combat. Manifest a piano on top of an enemy and just bam. Looney Tunes them. The operatic voices in this game crush it. Again, the majority of the music was written by one guy, 8 hours of the soundtrack, which they officially released Sandful Interactive on their YouTube. The entire thing is just there, the full 8-hour track, or the full 8-hour soundtrack. Beautiful. Esquier's dance.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my, sister.
The connections keep growing!
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will, need a bit of space. All right. Esquier, you ready?
Ooh, Virtual. You're so good at playing. Lettre à Maël. Defeat the other Axon on its island to forge a weapon able to break the monolith barrier. Well, now... Girl with the grippers. So I bet that he used the masks 2 times in the battles. I didn't let him use the third mask because there are 3 paths. I'm betting at the end of each of these paths is a mask. This is Happy. He used anger to do multiple attacks. The map now has a greenish tint. It went from like red to yellow to greenish. No, I think I have fought them before. Manus or whatever. Oh, the Berserk.
A storm is coming.
Spill some ink.
It applies 10 burn to all enemies and revive all allies. Joy Vale. So we're in the specifically
It seems so
happy
joyful.
area.
I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
He who guards truth with lies.
They're like dancers. The roots.
A storm is coming.
I see. Monaco, finish it off.
Lovely fate.
That's the little scarecrow guy. That's a little version of the scarecrow. Chapelier. So I was wondering something. Because I found out that, and again, super makes sense. I just am I'm a person of some culture, but I don't speak. I do not parler-vous français. Okay, where was that ability? Sorry. Chalier. Chalier is a cartwright or a wheelwright. It's also a common word for chalice. Okay. So they all have meanings, and it's because I saw someone streaming this. The early, because I really like watching people do that first mission. Seeing the reaction to the beach and Renoir on the beach is just devastating, and watching people's reactions to Sophie Gomaging is devastating as well. But someone, I think it was Marco Meeple, who's an opera singer, because he reacts to the music. He mentioned that I think Poitiers, the giant with the two arms, a portier is a doorman. And I'm like, he has the doors. That makes so much sense. Lancelier is a lancer. I get that. Brûleur, I believe, is like a brawler. So there's like, I never even thought to find what the context and the meaning are of these words. Pereline is a person who travels to a holy place. A pilgrim. And they were the healer. So that makes sense. Braceleur. What is a braceleur? No, I don't mean braceler. No, I don't mean bracelet. Alright. Well, Google shelled me. I'm sure there's meaning. I just don't know what it... It's like a happy face upside down and he's crab walking. That's unsettling. Yes, it's social studies. Yes, Sung, I'm a social studies teacher. Oh, you bastard. I don't disagree with you. I'm sorry, words are intriguing. And now he gets wrecked by lightning dance. I mean, how could you not love it though? Words have meaning. Words have importance to us. What is the meaning behind a word? A contortionist's foot. That one's easy to figure out. Contortionista means contortionist. That one's pretty simple to figure out the meaning of that word.
Nice.
Got a resplendent chroma. Ooh, and a healing tint. Good, you get another healing tint. That was a pretty easy fight for a good amount of experience, though.
What have we here?
A storm is coming.
This is good experience for this.
'69th expedition.
This is the climbers.
Fleur. Good thing Anthony upgraded all the climbing handholds. Not only are they much easier to install in the cliff faces, they're also a lot nicer to use. We're setting the last few handholds tomorrow. Then we can finally get out of these caverns and see the sun again. I can't wait to rejoin the mountaineering team. I still remember that first mountain we scaled. Watching the sun rise above the clouds was magical. But rappelling down as we set the handholds was pure exhilaration. I know some of the others chafe at being restricted to recon only. I get it's not very satisfying making maps and prepping trails while people are dying. But this prep work will pay off in the long run.
You know what?
It may not be glamorous, but truly essential work.
I'm going to make sure to make a note of this.
Doesn't make it any less important. And as the Expedition 69 motto says, we are literally laying a trail for the ones who come after. Step by step, handhold by handhold, each expedition carries the next one forward.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say it. Again, it's the funny number, so haha. But Expedition 69, nice, are the heroes of this game. We would have been locked out of so many areas. They literally traveled the entire map just planting handholds to make it easier for the rest of the expeditions that came after. That's honestly a really cool concept, and I really like that. Heroes. One sec. I also have in my notes the mime in the Yellow Forest and one of the chromatic enemies that I never went back to. I should be high enough level to go take both of them out now. In Yellow Harvest. But that's where, oh my god, yeah, they just have a bunch of them. Did this part of the expedition die in like a cave in? The last of Expedition 69, nice. Speaking of mimes. Speaking of mimes. So here's what I do. Ready? This is silly, but items give myself energy. Play immediately. Elemental Genesis Rex.
Meet your reckoning.
Nuts. Baguette for Verso. So I took the whole left side. The right side is where I fought the Contortionist. I keep forgetting to equip that one thing to Lune.
Useful.
Resplendent.
Chroma is
Spare me a second. I'm going to keep repeating the word Pictos. Pictos.
I'm ready.
Pictos. I feel like a Pokemon Pictos. Immaculate. I like the ones I have on Lune. So what I'm going to do is do it for CL, then do the Lumina for it. Increased damage 30%, but can't be healed. Let's give that to CL for now. This is horrifying. It's the weird cacophony of flesh we first saw in that cave as Gustav, where he hit his lowest point. Another Contortionist. I'm very curious what's in there. New weapon, Confuso. Confuso. Light damage can burn on crits. And apply 30 burns instead of marks. Hey Herb, how you doing today? You have arrived, my friend. It makes his base attacks able to break. That's pretty cool. Yes. So I haven't talked about my schedule for the week today. So let's run down my schedule for this week. Today, just Clair Obscur. I got home a little later from lunch with my family for Mother's Day. So today, Sunday, is only Clair Obscur. Tomorrow, Monday, is going to be Lost Records. Tomorrow I'm going to finish Lost Records. Tuesday, I believe, is the 13th? Yes. Not... Tuesday I'm going to do more Clair Obscur. Wednesday, I'm going to be doing Genshin. Thursday, I think I'm going to do a quick Fortnite reaction because they're releasing the rest of the Battle Pass. But then I'm going to do more Clair Obscur. But that all might be a little bit later because I got some family stuff. Going on Thursday and Friday, because we've had 3 losses in one side of my family in the past couple of weeks. Several of them were expected, so we're having a lot of family stuff this Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but a lot of that is during the day. I should be home in time for those for the Thursday stream. Friday, no, we're all good. Again, one of them was a grandparent who was over 90 years old, in a home, mentally checked out. We're fine with that. Another was a person who had multiple surgeries a couple years ago, and she got to spend her last few years living exactly the life she wanted. And the last was someone who, another uncle who was older, had pre-existing health issues. That one was kind of a shock because he's been okay recently, but he kind of took a sharp. He's been okay for the past few years, but kind of took a sharp decline the past month. So again, we saw all of them coming. It's all good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do another stream on Friday, though. So that's it for this week. Lost Records Monday. Tomorrow, stream will be either at 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to shoot for 7 p.m. Eastern. I am 100% addicted to Clair Obscur. This game is my current obsession. Let's throw Confused. I think that looks good. You know what? I think I'm going to switch to Conforso. It's a little bit weaker. But I haven't run into a lot of things yet that resist lightning. Yeah. I mean, it's so good. For this, it's delivering a AAA experience. 100%. I truly believe that. This game is a AA, largely programmed by 33 people at Sandville Interactive. And I've seen people say, it's more than 33 people. Obviously, but the core team that did the game design, programmed the HUD, programmed the enemy design, did the things. They had other people do, like contractors do, like motion cap. You have voice actors, you have singers and musicians, you have marketing teams. All of that is outside of the 33. You thought it was going to be action adventure, but it's got that fantasy fighting style. Let me try and find something. It was... Phrase. Did I save it? I'm gonna check. I don't know if I saved it to my like watch later list or something. Maybe liked videos. Someone had a description of this game. Remember if it was on Instagram or YouTube or TikTok or what. Not on there. So not on Instagram. Let's check the old YouTube. There's a description of this game. That I'm not finding. Oh, that's a bummer. Let's not try that. Try Expedition 33. That I think sums up everything about this game. I think this might be it. So this game is marketed as a turn-based game, turn-based RPG. None of it feels turn-based because it's incredibly active combat. You have to parry, you have to dodge, you have to jump, you have to gradient parry, you have to read your enemy, you have to learn them. It's a Souls-like turn-based game. That's one of the best ways I've heard this game described. A turn-based Souls-like game. And I saw someone, and they mentioned like it's all the best of so many different games. The graphics look... you know what? I'll say this. The graphics look very good. The art design... the graphics are pretty good. For this generation, for the engine that they used, it all looks very good. But it's everything else that I think ties it together. It's the art design, it's the aesthetic. You know? All of that makes it look good. I can't find the original quote. And it's gonna drive me nuts. But someone said, like, this game is the combat of, like... I compared it to Paper Mario, but Super Mario RPG would be another good. That real-time turn-based combat. Legend of Dragoon. Lost Odyssey. It has that kind of feel. So it draws that... It obviously draws a lot from older Final Fantasies. It draws a lot from... I'd say Elden Ring and Dark Souls. It draws a lot from... in the how important dying and coming back is. There's gotta be more to this. Is there anything more to... Yeah, the fight is easier if you head down the 3 paths. So there's probably a mask here that I have to fight. Got it. Well, I might have powered Lune and Mael up enough that I don't really need. Alright, well, so that was the Joyful Veil. So I'm guessing there's a sorrow-themed one and an anger-themed one. I'll do the can't be healed for... I've seen people online talking about, like, one-shot builds. I'll eventually do the 30% damage but can't be healed when I do a eventual one-shot build. When I'm trying to get everyone to get to that level where I can just... Of course, Sorrow is reigning. I have no idea where I don't want to do that.
Chroma is flowing.
You can feel how hard the mood shifts. Sadness Veil. And I'm guessing the last one is Anger Veil.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
Hey, I get it. You're a good person, CL. Don't feel bad. He applied exhaustion on the way out. What? I hate that.
Good stuff.
like I look like the kind of person who'd be a Hydra agent. I don't know how to feel about that. There's other mad scientists in AIM, maybe. I'd be part of AIM. The Advanced Idea Mechanics. Still bad guys. Still mad scientists. A little less of the questionable history and past of Hydra.
Well, that will help.
I mean, my name is Rob, and there was famously in Marvel Comics a character named Bob, Agent of Hydra. Who was one of Deadpool's best friends that he kidnapped from Hydra. Yep, Bob is friends with Deadpool. You are correct. Bob, Agent of Hydra.
Take cover!
One shot.
Dodge.
What the hell?
Okay. Okay.
How many attacks?
Please survive.
You know, I didn't want any turns. I'm good. Thank you, though. No, I'm not going to send in the reserve team. I didn't want any turns. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's debatable whether I would call Bob Deadpool's best friend. Right, because Deadpool has been on record saying Weasel is his best friend. Weasel eventually betrayed him. But for a while, Cable he's called his best friend. Wolverine he's called his best friend, but he's also been enemies and rivals. He's called Spite. He considers Spider-Man his best friend in many of the comics.
A storm is coming.
Ready to parry. Let's dance.
have to fight until he's broken.
Once more now, with vigor.
You know what? It's more worth it to give her a P. So she can lightning dance. Comics is a lot better, honestly, because Venom was inside Deadpool at one point. Wanted to make Deadpool a host. Yes. The idea behind the symbiotes is they retain a piece of the personality of every being they've ever been a part of. So that was not that long ago in the comics. That was, what, 10 years ago? There was a one-off, or like a short comic, saying that the symbiote connected to Deadpool first, which does kind of fly in the face of the established lore of Spider-Man finding it. But for the sake of fun or whatever, and that Deadpool's mind corrupted Venom a little bit, made him more obsessive and more violent, and then that infected Peter. Agony is a fun symbiote. Say what you want about Zeb Wells and his writing style. For the symbiotes, Carnage USA is one of the best, creepiest, most horrifying comics out there. And it covers Mercury Team, I think they were called, which is the military unit made entirely of symbiotes, and stars Carnage. It's horrible. Having a symbiote is one of the creatures I do want. I don't know, man. I've seen what they can do.
Interesting.
White Lantern rings I get. Allows you to tap into the glass cannon. Ooh. Bad. Yeah. Like, I would love to have many of the lantern rings. Do I think I'd be worthy of any of them? I do not believe my rage is great enough in any aspect. I crash out occasionally playing the game, but I don't think my rage is great enough to inhabit the power of the Butcher with the red ring. Greed and avarice for the orange. I believe I want a lot of stuff. I like having stuff. I like 100%, and I like just getting. So maybe I could be an Orange Lantern. That could be neat. I definitely do not have the ability to inspire great fear. I worked at a haunted house, but inspiring great fear, I don't think so. And yellow, orange was Ophidian, yellow was Parallax with Fear. Green Lanterns, obviously that would be the ideal, being able to project and create will, flying at light speed, survivability and just versatility of a Green Lantern ring. I believe I'd have the imagination for it, but I do not believe I'd have the will for it. I don't believe my will is strong enough to overpower the wills of others. Blue Hope is not an active ring. Blue Lanterns do not have power on their own, but they can empower and cure others, which I think would be beautiful in a way. It would not be the most active power, it'd be a more inspirational support role, which I like playing support. If you watch my Marvel Rivals streams, I wouldn't mind that. And that was Adara, I believe, was the name of the Spirit of Hope. Then was Proselyte with the Indigo Lanterns, who were about compassion. The majority of the Indigo Lanterns were former criminals forced to feel the compassion of their crimes. Messed up. Indigo Lanterns have changed a lot since then, but still pretty dark. I fit more as a Black Lantern. Well, I'll get to them. Because that last was love. I have a deep abiding love for humanity. I've had many bad relationships. I don't know how much I believe in the power of love. And then mostly that's just Star Sapphires. I don't think I can pull off that outfit. Yes, love is they're Star Sapphires, technically called. Indigo is compassion. Violet is love, which is the Star Sapphires. Because they don't go by the Pink Lantern Corps, which they should now. Because come on, get in line. Right now we have the Red Lantern Corps, Agent Orange, because the Orange Lantern Corps is just one guy, so he's Agent Orange, Lara Flees. Yeah, there was the Sinestro Corps, then the Arquillo Corps, now it's the Yellow Lanterns, Green Lantern, Blue Lantern, Indigo Lantern, Star Sapphire. Then there's also Black Lanterns, who are dead, not dead, or Batman, Superman, part of the Corps. I read Blackest Night. That was when I was at like the peak of my comic buying during Jeff Johns' Blackest Night. So trust me, I know Superman and Batman were part of the Black Lantern Corps, because not only did the Black Lantern Corps bring back all of the dead superheroes and supervillains and loved ones of superheroes, they brought back an entire dead planet that was killed by Jon Stewart's Green Lantern. And then they converted heroes who had died and been resurrected. Like Batman, Superman. The only hero they were never able to corrupt was Dove, of Hawk and Dove, because he represented the white light of life. And Black Hand is the main villain, was super cool. William Hand, and then bringing back Necron, who's the Spirit of Death, who was before that a cool but obscure Green Lantern villain. Yeah, love all the Lantern Corps. Then, in recent years, they've introduced complex emotion rings. Every ring represents emotion, but Gray Lanterns or Satisfers. Those are the complex emotions. So, they're not technically, there's only one Gray Lantern, and it's of the more complex emotional spectrum, like sadness. White Lanterns are the hardest due to be mastering all the rings. No. Yes and no. White Lanterns can tap into other aspects of life, including other bits of the emotional spectrum. but their power is just power. All of the... it was... I think it was the introduction of the second Aqualad, Calder. He was one of the avatars in Chosen of the light. So was Deadman, Boston Brand. They and Dove, and they created this light, and they brought back a lot of the Black Lantern villains like Superman, Batman as White Lanterns. Martian Manhunter was tied in this for a while. Kyle Rayner is obviously the biggest example of a White Lantern, but it goes beyond that, because there was a comic when a ring from each of the 7 cores, or 6 other cores, abandons their user and goes to Earth to try to bond with Kyle Rayner. So he, at one point, to defend himself from the Guardians and the attack from all the other villains, wears a ring from each of the Lantern cores, the 7 cores. And he does not become a White Lantern, he becomes something more. He has all the symbols emblazoned on his body. They are the hardest in... Not in terms of, like, they're difficult to master. They most likely are. They're most likely insanely difficult to master. But... a lot of the difficulty is because you have to be aligned with light and not let any of the emotional spectrum overpower you. Because if you let go one way in any direction, one way too close to anger or hope or love, you lose the balance of the White Lantern. So that's why being the White Lantern is the hardest, because they are beings that have to remain in perfect emotional awareness and balance. Trying to remember. In brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil as might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. With blood and rage of crimson red, ripped from a corpse so freshly dead, together with our hellish hate will burn you all that is your fate. That's Red Lantern. In blackest day and brightest night, beware your fears made into light. Let those to try to stop what's right beware his power, Sinestro's might, or Yellow Lantern's light. Or the Yellow Light is what it became. That was the Sinestro Corps. Sinestro Corps War was a lead-up to Blackest Night. One of the best comics ever. Written by Jeff Johns. It showed Sinestro recruiting the Yellow Lanterns, including villains that were, like, lost and forgotten, like Superboy Prime, the friggin' Anti-Monitor from the Crisis. All of them came back as Yellow Lanterns and was dope. I'm trying to remember Blue Lantern's Oath. I don't remember the Blue Lantern Oath. For those who are lost in Blackest Night, but I remember the Black Lantern ring. The Black Lanterns, the darkest night, the blackest night falls from the skies, the darkness grows as all light dies. We crave your hearts and your demise, by my black hand the dead shall rise. So I remember a bunch of them. Not all of them. I used to remember all of them. Somewhere in my apartment, in a box that I never unpacked, I have, during the Blackest Night event, early 2010s, they gave away plastic rings for each of the Lantern Corps. I have them somewhere. Somewhere. I have all 9 rings that were released. So the 7 for the Corps, white and black. And they only released the There's a prologue comic called Blackest Night Zero about William Hand getting the power of getting resurrected from the dead, giving the power of the Blackest Ring. And it also introduced the idea of the beings
Expedition 39.
who had the power of the emotions first.
Edith's not back. So until then, we stay on recon. All these masks are freaking me out. Fucking creepy.
I'm gonna look up the Blue Lantern.
I swear I could hear one of them singing. The Nevrons around here behave so strangely. Almost like they don't really want to kill us. They still do, though. This place is making me crazy. Maybe if I wore one of these masks, they'd leave me alone.
Don't do that. Superman with the White Lantern ring did not get more power. Or he did not get more powers. He got more power singular. Because, again, the white light of life amplifies you. So, it made Superman stronger, faster, made his heat vision better. It just amplified everything he was in life. So, Green Lantern, Brightest Day, Blackest Night. I got that right. Sinestro Corp, Blackest Day, Brightest Night, beware your fears, ventilate the turtle side, stop what's right, burn like his power, Sinestra's might, got that. Star Sapphire, saw the first line. For hearts long lost and full of fright, for those alone in Blackest Night, accept our ring and join our fight, love conquers all with violet light. Because again, they're weird. Red Lantern, awesome. Blood and rage with crimson red, ripped from a corpse so freshly dead. Horrifying sentence. Blue Lantern, in fearful day and raging night, with strong hearts full our souls ignite. When all seems lost in the war of light, look to the stars for hope burns bright. Got it. It's never been confirmed what the Orange Lantern is. What's mine is mine and mine is mine. It's never been confirmed, though, what the Orange Lantern oath is. Indigo Tribe is in a different language that cannot be translated by the rings. Torlorixon, Bornakamor, Natromofon Tornequator, Terlanten Kerlo Abensor, Tanleklek Nak for Marosur. Because there was Abensur, the Green Lantern, who gave his ring to Hal Jordan, that started the Green Lantern series. He's the one who was the inspiration for the Indigo Tribe. Black Lantern, I remember. Blackest Night falls from the skies. Dope. There is several alternatives. I'm trying to remember. Because there's a Green Lantern who cannot see and has no concept of light. I believe it was the F-sharp bell, and I'm trying to find it. F-sharp bell. Rotlop Fan. He cannot see green light. He doesn't understand the concept of green. So his emotional spectrum is based on sound, which is amazing. In Loudest Din, where is it? In loudest din or hush profound, my ears catch evil's slightest sound. Let those who toll out evil's knell beware my power, the F-sharp bell. Only Green Lantern with a different symbol. His symbol is a bell. The Alpha Lanterns, who were Green Lantern members, who were basically brought back as Manhunter zombies, transformed into cyborgs by the Guardians after Hal Jordan went kind of crazy and killed most of the Lanterns when he was possessed by Parallax. Comics are weird. Basically, Cyborg Superman, don't worry about it, we're moving past that, blew up Hal Jordan's hometown of Coast City. Alright, this is where we would have fought the Sadness Mask, but that's gone good. Yeah, so Cyborg Superman, who was a Superman fan who died in space, or he and his crew were supposed to be in space. He thought Superman would come save them. His entire crew died. He barely survived. He got turned into a cyborg, thought he was Superman, realized he wasn't, blew up Hal Jordan's hometown of Coast City. Dick move. That created a weakness in Hal Jordan's mental state enough for, at the time, it said he started murdering other Lanterns and went crazy. It was eventually retconned and took the name Parallax. It was retconned that his fear and doubt let in the spirit of fear, Parallax. And he killed a majority of the Green Lanterns, stole their rings and power, and became this super powerful being. And this is when they were doing like the Kyle Rayner stuff and wanted to replace him with Kyle Rayner.
Let us stay.
But several of the survivors were transformed by the Guardians using Manhunter technology, which was the army that came before the Green Lanterns. I could talk about comic lore for hours. The Manhunters were the first army made by the Guardians to protect the universe, but they went crazy and murdered an entire sector of space, so they were decommissioned. And that sector that they murdered, I believe, was called Yzmalt or Yzvalt. The only 5 survivors of that massacre became the first 5 Red Lanterns. Just a fun fact. So the Alpha Lantern Corps was pretty cool. And they expressly wanted to hunt down Hal Jordan after he got resurrected in Green Lantern Rebirth, again by Jeff Johns, again, really, really good comic. That was when Jeff Johns was bringing back a lot of the classic DC stuff, because for years, the Green Lantern was Kyle Rayner. He was, when I started reading comics as a kid, Kyle Rayner was the Lantern. Wally West was the Flash. And it was Jeff Johns' Rebirths. Flash Rebirth and Green Lantern Rebirth, both amazing comics that were restoring order, bringing back Hal Jordan and Barry Allen's Flash. Is on here the very best version? There's Metaphil, who's a spirit, Baron, Jack Chance, Sodom Yat.
everything's destroyed.
Hypothetically,
Normally,
yes,
I
because
enjoy
it's
a little destruction,
more life.
but this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
I don't know if that would fall under Flash, because it should.
Storm's coming. Chroma's flowing.
But, so it should hypothetically make Flash faster.
A storm is coming.
Did that miss?
Lightning darts.
But his power comes from the Speed Force, which is its own force in existence, so I don't know if that would cross over. Maybe you could say he's better suited at wielding the Speed Force? I don't know, my favorite part of Blackest Night was not when they were resurrected as White Lanterns, but when many of them were chosen by the forces to be temporary avatars. So, trying to run down. Because it was after the death of Aquaman. So Mira... Mira, Aquaman's wife, became a new Red Lantern. Lex Luthor became a new Orange Lantern. Scarecrow became a Yellow Lantern, which just makes so much sense. Who became the new Ion? Or who became the new... I don't think anyone else became a Green Lantern that I can remember. But Blue Lantern, Flash became a Blue Lantern, which was awesome, because Flash is all about hope. So Superman, I think Superman would have been better as a Blue Lantern, but I get Flash. Because I think that was in comics before they recontextualized the symbol of the House of El, the S, on Superman shows as the Kryptonian symbol of hope. At the Atom, Ray Palmer became an Indigo Lantern, and Wonder Woman became a Star Sapphire. So again, all really cool concepts, you know?
Let the ink flow. A storm is coming.
Now, there's actually one better version. It was called the Green Lantern. In the early 2000s, there was a really weird show starring Daffy Duck, but not really Daffy Duck. It was technically like a descendant of Daffy, called Duck Dodgers of the 24th and 1/2 century. And he was like a Flash Gordon, like a Flash savior of the universe mixed with James Bond space hero who was a complete and total idiot fighting the forces of the Martian army. And it was always super weird and just out there. Very fun. Maybe I had a crush on the Martian Queen as a child. Maybe. But technically, he became a member of the Green Lantern Corps in an episode called The Green Lantern. And I'll see if I can find... I'm seeing if I can find his oath. Because he does the Green Lantern oath. Because remember, it was all owned by Warner Brothers. I'll see if I can find his oath. Search for the Green Lantern. Here we go. He doesn't quite get the Lantern Oath correct. In Blackest Day, in Brightest Night, Watermelon, Cantaloupe, yada yada, a superstitious and cowardly lot, with liberty and justice for all. He tries his best.
Let us stay.
But again, that's a... Still seemed like I'd be a Hydra agent. Again, Hydra always seemed a little...
Interesting.
With, again, the very questionable past and what they were doing in the 1940s. Always felt a little weird. That they kind of gave Hydra a rebrand. And made them into more of a supervillain organization. Modern Hydra? Maybe. Old school Hydra? Definitely not. So the kind of like MCU rebrand that Hydra got, being just like power for the sake of power, power for the sake of control. I get where they're coming from. I don't F with it, but I get it more so than... Yeah. Kind of look like Armin Zola. The glasses, chubby, kind of, and you're seeing my face in a monitor. That's very Armin Zola.
Let's speed things up.
A storm has come.
Now finish him with lightning dance. I don't know if I'm Red Skull material. Not gaunt enough. He's a very gaunt, angular face, and also no skin. I wonder if the Hydra actually did find Bucky again in the comics. He was gone, went out on his own, rather than putting cryogenic sleep. In the comics, I believe that was a Marvel movie rewrite. I'd have to double check, but I believe in the comics it was not Hydra that found him, it was the Soviet Union, so he was a Soviet spy. Winter Soldier, search. Marvel fandom. Thought dead by the Allies, found and brainwashed by the Soviets, led by Vasily Karpov, who I think was in the MCU as Black Widow's the head of the Red Room. I think that was how they incorporated him into the MCU. But they did Bucky as so the whole Winter Soldier thing with the Red Star, that was all the Soviet Union. Powered attack. On every damage dealt, try to consume AP. It's successful, increase damage by 20%. I don't want to do that because I think AP is too good. That for now. So instead of yeah. I love Bucky. I hope they get to do a good sight more with him in the MCU, being that he's now part of the new Avengers / Thunderbolts, which I think are going to get a dark. I think we're going to get 3 Avengers teams. I think we're going to get Young Avengers, the main Avengers team, which is Sam Wilson's Avengers, and Yelena Bucky's Dark Avengers. I'm also a little bummed we never got to see Bucky as Cap. I really do like Sam as Captain America. So no disrespect to him, but after the death of Captain America storyline by Ed Brubaker, awesome comic, because it featured Red Skull's daughter, Sin, a brainwashed Sharon Carter. It had some really cool stuff. Bucky became Cap for a while, and I think he was really good at it. So would have liked that turn of seeing Bucky getting a chance to be more heroic and shake off the mantle of Winter Soldier. But I'm very understandable that it went to Sam, who's been Cap for the past 2 years in the comics, and they're trying to align more with that. Get it. Dark Avengers was made by Harry Osborn's dad. Yes, Norman Osborn. He was in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. I think it was with Victoria Hand, who he eventually betrayed and killed. He rebranded S.H.I.E.L.D. as Hammer to be more aggressive. He was Iron Patriot, and he recreated the Avengers. He was also responsible for the Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts Avengers, that was all him. Songbird, I think, became the new Captain Marvel. He was the new Iron Man. Bullseye was the new Hawkeye. Daken, the son of Wolverine, was the new Wolverine. I'm trying to remember who else. Norman Osborn's Dark Avengers. Took control of Hammer. Okay, yeah. That was after Secret Invasion, which the show did it dirty, but the comics were amazing. Dark Avengers were absorbed into the Thunderbolts program, supervised by Luke Cage until their decommissioning. Yep. So the Dark Avengers became the Thunderbolts. This has it kind of the other way around. Siege, New Dark Avengers. Where's their membership roster? That's what I want to see. U.S. Agent became, obviously, the new Cap. Moonstone. Sorry, it was Moonstone became the new Miss Marvel. Norman Osborn. Was Iron Patriot. They had a guy named Apepek who became Spider-Man. Who else? Ares. Bullseye became Hawkeye. Ragnarok was their Thor. Toxie was Scarlet Witch. Daken was Wolverine. Yeah. So they had, like, just fake... Alright, the big question is whose room is this? There's a piano here, so obviously I'm leaning towards... Yes, Viper. Viper is a long-time member of both Hydra and I think she's allied with the Serpent Society before. If you want a great interpretation of Viper, the early 2010s Earth's Mightiest Heroes cartoon. Only 2 seasons. Banger opening in the first season until they ruined it in the second season by giving it a voiceover. But like, banger OP. Had an awesome interpretation of Viper. And yes, I absolutely do remember the Logan movie. They tried their best. I do not believe they did that story. The story of Logan and Mariko and Silver Samurai, I don't believe they did it justice. I believe it was an okay movie. I gave it like a B- at the time in my like personal rankings and estimations. It was way better than the X-Men Origins Wolverine, but I think that movie bombed so hard it soured people on the Wolverine story. Even though it was visually, it was a very cool movie. It had a couple amazing fight scenes, and like Logan's past, using his body to shield someone from a nuclear blast. All of that was awesome. Viper is a really cool character, and if they could, like, I think they should do Serpent Society against Sam Wilson and Captain America 2, and bring in Viper as one of the main villains. I think that would be really cool.
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And great art is both. Son.
Renoir?
You'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
So art can be a window. Music, in this case, can let people see what you're putting out there, putting out from yourself, a window to your soul. But a mirror, because it can also let you reflect on yourself. You'll never be an artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer. You have to be genuine in art. That's 100% Renoir, though, right? Talking to Verso about music. So yes, this is 100%. I kind of figured it. Renoir, Verso, and Alicia's home. But maybe also someone named Julie, right? Julie and Simon? I think it was a family of 5. I think it was like Renoir and his 4 children. So that's 100% Verso's room. This is like a library, an office, a desk. I don't know. Simon or Julie, maybe? Don't have access to that one yet. I think we've had access to 3 of the bedrooms. The only thing you liked about X-Men Origins Wolverine was Wade Wilson. 100% agree. Absolute butchering of his character in the latter half of that movie. But in the first half when he was just Wade Wilson, kind of fire. Everyone kind of loved that. Here's another room. I'm trying to think, what else did they do right in that movie? They did the powers of some characters well. It was cool to get to see silly characters like Blob, who I don't think we'll ever see in an X-Men movie again. Whose whole thing is just being indestructible and immovable. I think they did Sabretooth really cool. Sabretooth's like claws growing out of his fingers. Oh, it was awesome. Oh, and we didn't talk about the best part of that movie, which should have been the entire movie, was the story of brotherhood between Sabretooth and Logan, which was the opening of that movie, of them fighting through wars in history as a pair of immortal warrior, like, primal beasts. 100% give us an entire movie about that. On applying burn, apply a second burn. Yeah. If I were doing another... If I were writing... I know they're talking about bringing X-Men into the MCU. Obviously, they've been talking about that for a hot minute. I would do a series of trilogies. The first trilogy I would do would be... I think the main character should be Professor X and Storm. Okay, when I set you on fire, you get set on fire again. Everyone burns. Everyone burns. Okay, so I'm done with all three. So I got 3 great Pictos for doing these routes. So these routes were worth it. Even though we took out the boss super easily without going down these paths, because we're freaking amazing. I watched some of Gifted. I never watched the entirety of that series. Mutants are hunting down by, so the Sentinel group. Yeah, it was the Mutant Response Division. They mentioned Magneto, the Hellfire Club. I watched parts of it, but I never finished it as a series. If I were making the MCU film, I would do a trio of films starring Charles Xavier, would of course be the protagonist. That way was the exit. Yeah. And have him take on Storm as an apprentice. The X-Men are already existing. You have your Wolverine, you have the core 5. Cyclops, Angel, Beast, Jean, Iceman. And then you bring in Storm. I'd say the main villain, an obscure villain who does not get the love he deserves, but is a great foil to Charles Xavier, is Shadow King. Because he's all about swapping bodies, stealing bodies, and manipulating people to serve him. He's an antithesis to a good teacher. So a psychic villain who's an antithesis to a good teacher. And you have him be, like, building a cult in some area, have Storm, have a couple extra other mutants serving him. Okay, we're gonna start heading to the second island now. And they're freeing Storm, they recruit Storm, maybe they recruit the other mutants. But I would also have this be how mutant kind is exposed to the MCU. Oh, Cyclops. Definitely not Jean or Legion. It's Cyclops. I love Cyclops. Cyclops, best leader of the X-Men, hands down. Does he have the coolest powers? Nope, but he's the best. That's easy. Yes, 100%. Blink is solid. Blink is really cool. Right. So that would be my first X-Men movie. My second X-Men movie would be called Brotherhood. It would be X-Men Brotherhood. Magneto would be the main villain. You do, but the twist would be it's starting to set up some of the other X-Men as characters. It dives a lot into Charles's history with Magnus, which has been touched on, especially in the First Class trilogy of movies. But I would have a member of Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants. Polaris, the third child of Magneto. Yes, I know Polaris. Of course I know Polaris. Do not cite the ancient magics to me, boy. I was there when it was written. Of course I know who Polaris is. Love Polaris. And yes, I do, yes, Polaris looked very great in Gifted, but I don't think they ever went far enough with her powers, because she's an immensely powerful mutant. Not Magneto levels powerful, but she's awesome. Cyrene. Again, I think Siren when I hear Cyrene.
The architecture looks very different.
So I would have one of the main members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, or maybe a new recruit, be Cyclops' brother, Havoc. So it would set up parallels between an older pair of friends who have broken and a pair of brothers who need to reunite. Is how I would set up the plot of Brotherhood. Have Magneto kill Wolverine. You can also do like the Morlocks in this story, because the Morlocks have never been touched on. So you could say that in Brotherhood, this is the beginning of like the Mutant Response, the Friends of Humanity, anti-mutant groups hunting down mutants like the Morlocks. Magneto is a charismatic demagogue trying to recruit mutants who feel outcasted. And Xavier preaching understanding. This seems... I love like the flowing drapery here. This is beautiful. It's like a giant, almost Opera House Coliseum. Yeah, Cable. I would do... So that would be my second movie. But then have, kind of similar to X-Men 97, have Professor X shut down the mind of Magneto. That's how the movie ends. He feels bad about it. Setting up movie 3, the main villain I would have be either Cassandra Nova, who was recently done in Deadpool, or be Shadow King again, and have him come back, and have Storm has to rise up to defeat Shadow King to kind of complete her arc to become the new leader of the Xavier School. But Xavier's guilt over what he did to Magneto begins to manifest. At the same time, this is when the humans launch the Sentinel program, and have it be like Xavier's powers manifest as Onslaught and take over the Sentinel army. So I would call it X-Men Onslaught would be the third of my X-Men trilogy. And after this, Xavier retires, Storm defeats Shadow King, and the X-Men have to step up in absence, Cyclops becoming the leader of the team, and Storm becoming the leader of the school. Then you would do a trilogy focused on Cyclops and Jean Grey. I would have the first one of that be Hellfire Club. Tease Jean Grey as the Phoenix. You do Hellfire Club to stop Wolverine from bulldozing. Wolverine's been back by this point. Bring him back because he always comes back. Have like Emma Frost awaken his mind. You do Sebastian Shaw. You can do a bunch of those villains. Mastermind would be a fun one. So you set that up. The Hellfire Club would be the villains. Emma would defect and join the mutants. And at the same time, you're now starting Wolverine's trilogy. So you have these two trilogies running concurrently, the X-Men and Wolverine. So you get Wolverine into his own trilogy. He's the most popular of the X-Men. Whatever you want to say, he's number one in popularity. Give him his own trilogy. You have his trilogy be him trying to discover his past. You don't make the main villain Wolverine. You make Sabretooth. Yet. You make the main villain. I would do an obscure villain or two. I'd make the main antagonist that he's fighting throughout the film Omega Red. Super cool villain, super cool story, awesome power set. Would be really cool to see. Have him go to Canada. It's MCU, it's Marvel. They always want to introduce new characters. Introduce Alpha Flight, Canada's superhero team. He teams up with Alpha Flight to fight Omega Red. Maybe he clashes with them in the beginning. And then I would do John Sublime as a villain, who's a really cool character who's technically like a parasite or a super intelligent bacteria that took human form. That's weird. Don't do that. Have him be the new head of the Weapon Plus program, stealing the powers of the Weapon Plus. It explains why he's super powerful. He's a great villain. The second Wolverine movie, you do... it's teased, though, that there's some greater force that he's working for. Why is he doing the Weapon Plus program? That would be in our second movie, which is Bone and Claw, is what I would call it. Wolverine, Bone and Claw. It's all about Wolverine and Sabretooth. This is the movie X-Men Origins failed to make. You constantly intersperse their story fighting against each other or alongside each other throughout history, telling the story of their rivalry. You put in Mariko here and do the Japanese story. You do all that over again because the main villains of this are Romulus, who's one of the oldest mutants from ancient Rome, who's been manipulating events, created the Weapon Plus program, and Sabretooth works for Romulus and has been for decades. But the main person they're going to be fighting against is Daken, the son of Wolverine, or Daken. I've never been sure on the pronunciation. I've always said Daken. Who's the son of Wolverine and Mariko. So that's why it's important to show these past stories. And Wolverine has kind of failed as a father here, because he didn't know about the existence of his son. So you have essentially these three beasts against one, would be it. The third one, you call it... So Wolverine, I would call it Wolverine, Weapon X, Wolverine, Bone and Claw. The third one I would call Wolverine, the best there is. Because he's the best there is at what he does, you know? Set it in Madripoor. You gotta go to Madripoor to fight. Maybe call it Wolverine Weapon Plus. I don't know. I would call it the best there is. So you could say, like, Madripoor has become, like, a haven for mutants, which it kind of did because it was run by Mystique and Sabretooth in the comics. Maybe you could bring in Mystique here. Basically, though, this is him trying to finish off Romulus. Romulus is using clones. Clones of Emma Frost, that's how you get the Stepford Cuckoos, and X-23. They're his weapons. You could also finish the Daken storyline here. So I would say, like, have Daken and Wolverine having a kind of, like, awkward, trepidatious relationship, trying to save X-23 and these clones. Maybe Daken dies fighting Romulus or Sabretooth. Wolverine gets his revenge on Sabretooth, kills Romulus, and decides to take in the Cuckoos and X-23 back to the school to look after them and succeed in where he failed to save Daken. He decides to do better for Laura, X-23. Then you have a post-credit scene the main Mr. Sinister shows up, it implies that Mr. Sinister and Romulus have been working together for a long time, planning to fight some event. And you mentioned that Romulus succeeded in creating what he needed to, implying that Romulus did everything he did to make Wolverine the perfect killing machine. You go back to my main X-Men trilogy for Scott and Cyclops. I would call it, so the first one, sorry. Yeah, the first one would be Hellfire. You know what? No, better yet. This is what I'm trying to remember what I wrote. You don't have Sebastian Shaw be in charge of Hellfire because he already was. You have Nathaniel Essex, who is Mr. Sinister, be in charge, and he's setting up his obsession with Jean Grey and Cyclops in the Hellfire movie. Make him the main villain. He kidnaps them. They reaffirm their love for each other. Done. Maybe Cyclops is close to death. Jean Grey saves him. That acts as a beacon for something in the universe. That's your Phoenix tease. Next one. What did I call it? I'm trying to remember. X-Men Futures Past. If that's too close to Days of Futures Past, call it Age of X or End of Time. Something like that. The daughter of Scott and Cyclops comes back. Rachel Grey. You don't do Cable yet. You do Rachel Grey. Comes back in time because of Nimrod. You do Nimrod, you do the Sentinels, you do all of that. And that teases Operation Zero Tolerance. Again, I know this was done in X-Men 97. I think we can do it different. Because our third movie would be called X-Men Decimation. It's going to be based on House of M and Operation Zero Tolerance. The Sentinel Factory Master Mold has merged with Nimrod from our second movie, creating Bastion, who infects people with the Prime Sentinels. The main villain of this movie, though, is Bastion, trying to kidnap the Morlocks from our second X-Men movie, Leech, and spread nanites in order to do a House of M No More Mutants moment. He successfully manages to depower an insane number of mutants. The end of this movie, though, would reveal that Jean Grey is pregnant. This sets up not my final Avengers movie, or X-Men movie, but an Avengers movie, because I would do Avengers vs. X-Men, base that around the Phoenix. The Phoenix is coming to Earth. The Avengers want to stop this giant fiery force of destruction coming to Earth. Maybe, like, one of their allies in space warn them. Say, hey, don't let this thing come to your planet. It's coming for Jean. By this point, they've given birth to Cable. The main villain of this movie, though, would be Mr. Sinister, who infects Cable with the techno-organic virus. And all of this, these 9 movies that I've just, 10 movies that I've pitched, would set up the final X-Men movie, which is a culmination of all 4 storylines. I would call it Age of Apocalypse. Apocalypse is the main villain, and everything that was done in all of my descriptions was done to make Wolverine and Cable the only mutants capable of stopping Apocalypse. That is a long elevator pitch for what I think is a phenomenal 20-year plan for the X-Men franchise.
Is she the Axel?
She's a dancer? Oh, I don't like these things. We need a lot of the... Whoa, trippy.
Sirene, she who plays with wonder.
Sirene. We're all getting, like, hypnotized.
It's so...
What's going on?
The only one not affected is Mael.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. While you're here. call her she who plays with wonder.
I like how Monoko
What
is
she
like our
really
guide.
does is play with your head.
So, he who hides truth with lies and she who plays
Let's
with
move
wonder.
fast before we all lose our minds.
Thanks, bud.
Good stuff.
Sylvain.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
It is mesmerizing.
Dancing classes.
Dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing to it in Lumiere.
I don't think so. Never seen it.
Getting more teasing that there's more to Mael that meets the eye. She knew the song that was played by Verso. She recognized this dance. The Masked Keeper was Mask Keeper was reminiscent of Renoir. Could this be reminiscent of either Julie or Alicia? Now that I'm thinking about it, if they're a family, if they're all one big family, could the paintress be their mother? Didn't even consider that.
Gilles, 55th. I don't understand. The weaponry worked brilliantly up to now. Augmenting Pictos with music was a stroke of genius. But the sonics have no effect on the Nephrons here. It's as if they can't even hear our music. They just keep dancing to their own. We're running out of ideas. I miss my girls so much it kills me. It hurts thinking that I could have been home right now playing music while they dance. Rochelle would have given birth by now. I could be holding my first grandchild. Instead, I'm here. No. No. There's still a chance, and someone has to fight for them. I can't let them down. Drums, maybe that'll work. They can't hear our music, but perhaps they will feel it.
Ooh.
Interesting. advantage.
We have to keep going down, so I think that's the way we're supposed to go. So let's check up here first. No, that's where we have to go. And the way I would end my X-Men series with X-Men Age of Apocalypse. So the decimation ended, mutants on the planet, you know, blah blah blah, no new mutants. You could also call my series Second Coming, because I would do the Second Coming Messiah storyline with Hope Summers. So Hope is the first mutant born since my decimation.
Let the ink flow.
And Apocalypse is hunting her for her power. And you can bring back other villains and mutants who have died as the Horsemen. So bring back Daken, who died in my Wolverine series as War. Bring back Magneto, who's maybe been comatose for years, as Pestilence. Turn Storm into Famine. And then have Archangel, whose story's playing out in the background. Have him get mutilated maybe by the Sentinels or by Onslaught. And Sinister gives him his wings, becomes Archangel. Here he becomes Death. His story would just be going on in the background. So Cable and Wolverine are trying to stop Apocalypse from hunting. And maybe like the Friends of Humanity, the Sentinels, all these different groups from hunting down this child.
Useful.
I mainly did it for fun because, again, I just get obsessed with ideas and thoughts, and I love writing. I also wrote a bunch of Spider-Mans. I wrote a new Spider-Man trilogy. I called it my Web Trilogy. Then I did a Miles Morales trilogy. And the way I ended them was I gave every movie just one final movie. So like the X-Men have a Storm Xavier trilogy, and then I have a Wolverine trilogy, then I have a Cyclops and Jean trilogy, and I kind of ended it with one bonus movie. So I would do the same. So you have the home Spider-Man movies, my Web trilogy, Miles trilogy, and then end it with one more, and I would do King in Black. Because we almost had a King in Black movie with the horrible Sonyverse. Where does this bastard lead, though? A whole section there. Kitty Pryde. I wonder if the X-Men successfully defeated the Sentinels without resetting the past. There's actually a great story about that. They've technically reset the past a lot, you should look up Moira McTaggart's mutant ability. Because Moira McTaggart, as far as everyone is concerned, is human. Is 100% human. But turns out, actually, she's not. Because part of her mutant ability involves hiding that she's a mutant. When she dies, she resets reality. And can make changes to it. She essentially has a save point, but the save point is her birth. And she has tried multiple times to reset reality, and sometimes, and usually mutant kind dies to Sentinels. So she's reset reality. It's implied that the entirety of Marvel is set in her 5th timeline reset. Kitty Pryde was very cute, yeah. Okay, well, we're not going there. That's not cool. We're not talking about the rights of an actor and what they believe. No, we're not doing that. That's who he is as a person, and we're not going there. Alright, so this is purple. So this has absolutely got to be the way we have to go. Oh, it's one of the stabbing themselves enemies. Use a giant candle for a head. Chromatic greatsword cultist. How many attacks did you get there, my guy?
Lightning dance. Let the ink flow.
Ciresso. Bonus half from perfection. Oh, okay. So he no longer gets a damage bonus, but he gives a damage bonus to everyone else. I don't hate that. Get a lot from the vitality. It's also healing.
Good stuff.
Doubles all heals received. Oh no, damn it. Mistake. I realized what I did immediately after. That didn't kill. Dead, and that gives me 5 more.
Take cover!
Finesse and grace.
Speed boost. Not gonna be able to finish him.
Chroma is flowing.
I think so. There you go. So many of these bastards. They're not dangerous, they're just numerous. There you go. Done. Thank God. Oh my God, as long as the boss isn't this. Oh no, if the boss is flying type.
What have we here?
Oh, well, if the boss is flying type, that's gonna be so annoying. Do you think you had to duck that one? Okay.
What have we here?
Where are we? We're right at the beginning of the second area. Got it. No problem. She's still a good sight down there. Just gotta follow the purple lights. Here we go. It's a lot less of a straight shot. They knew I'd repeat what I did with the Mask Man and just power through and straight kill the boss immediately. Whoever built this Colosseum sucks. The days spent in the dunes. So we have 3 chambers.
What have we here?
This looks like the spot of a petanque. There it is. The question is, can I get it to jump down? I cannot. I'm gonna have to chase it all the way back. There we go.
Careful now.
let's... Should I rush? No. There you go. Way better. I think I'm gonna want to do a lot of respecking towards the end. So I think I'm gonna start... I've been ignoring a lot of the colors or the recodings from shops. Again, another flying enemy. Nice. Oh, God, I hate flying enemies! You know what? Let me... I think I probably have a couple... Yeah, I have 6 that I can use for Lune. What were they called again? Shots. So I need enemies, I think, with shots. So we have... Can it be under offensive? Versatile would be good. I definitely have more for... Marking shots. Again, for her, I'm saving up for cheater. dear God. What's up, my guy? I just fell off that. There's no collision on those.
Let the ink flow.
Should have swapped in Monaco. Gives you another eruption. Good. So they're not that strong. Powerful on shell. If you get shell, you get powerful. That's cool. So if I combine like auto shell, enhanced shell, and powerful shell, I can just like keep stacking all these effects. I think that's the way I have to go. So let's go up first. Let's go only up. That's the way I have to go. That's an enemy I'm gonna have to fight. Ooh.
The storm is coming.
They're way better in terms of damage because I have like 800 critical burns on it. God, this music's bomb.
Perfect.
There we go. Huge. Huge. No turn for you. That leads back to the starting area. Think that's everything. very whimsical area.
Oh, lovely.
Sorry, hold on 1 second, guys. Bum, bum. There we go. There we go, that's what I'm missing. Okay. Hopefully this takes me to the end. I mean, we're going up, which I don't love.
This place is huge.
Thank Expedition 67 for destroying a lot of the walls to get further. Couldn't
Yeah?
progress without that.
Feels like home.
Expedition 67. Alright. It's another talkie guy. And another entrance to the manor. We did find the entrance to the manor in the Anger realm, Angervale. Ah, a bathroom.
Nice.
Nice. Did we come out of a painting? Just kind of like fell out of that painting? She's my support. I want her to be the survivable one. Don't rest. As I get older, I wonder, can you ever know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? Very few. It's a blessing to understand your darkest nature, or a curse to which we turned our blind eye. We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront, about ourselves, about each other, some things we generally don't see. What I missed. When did she start to pull away? Again, I think maybe, I think the boy that we keep seeing is Verso. I think the fading man is Renoir, and I think they're all talking about the paintress, who is his mother. I'm calling it now. That's my shot. We're mid-act 2, but that is the shot I am calling. So it would have been impressive to call it sooner. But still making that prediction. He'll die to burn on his turn. Don't worry.
A storm is coming.
That second will screw you. Attack, 2 more. Finally a burn. Why did I get so few burns on that?
Ready to evade.
Perfect.
On death, allies gain shell. That's the way I'm supposed to go. 2 of these. Fine with that, as long as there's no ballet dancers.
Let's speed things up. Let us stay ready.
Kill that burn. Recharge them, lose inverted, but now I can immediately lightning dance him, and then the first one dies to burn. Done. Survived it. Good on you, mate. 2 recoats. Ooh, I can farm recoats here. That's good to know.
Good stuff.
Looks like I could probably drop down there. Okay, it was right there. Good. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Le mime! Le mime! Burning God, you're a defensive boy.
You can't escape. Leave us blades sharpened.
So that applies to Butler, but I have 200, so it's paralyzed. 33 burn, and he's set up for a break.
Chroma is flowing.
Okay, that will use 2. I have to go back up.
Chroma is flowing.
would rather do a burn, but he's very defensive, so this one needs to be broken. I think those 3 light stains and a fire. So you know what? I'm gonna item strong energy myself.
A storm is coming.
So then I can elemental genesis. Siren, was that it? I don't remember. Whatever. That looks like the boss, so let's rest here. Probably didn't need to. I probably could have just popped an elixir.
What's that?
Aditya. It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Siren.
So he sews for her. So this is the source of all this cloth and tangled knots and... What's in this area back here? There's just more room. Hold on. There is more room. This is a hidden area.
Lovely.
Okay. There it is.
An advantage.
Huge. We're gonna do the strategy again of the inch and launch. Nevron does not seem hostile. Yeah.
Place on me.
Let us stain. A storm is coming. Ready to evade.
Finesse and grace.
Hurst kills the character at the end of its duration. Oh, we all have a countdown above our heads. Ugh.
Flames. Rain.
I mean, he's not gonna make it that many turns. So cheater, the ability does not work well with Curse.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I can do it. That's better.
Okay.
That's one for Tupper Hedge. Let's give energy. Let's go attack next.
Lulu, I told you.
We have some Glissandos. Those are the boosting guys, right?
That hurts.
That was an attack?
Meet your reckoning.
This anti-charm. Well, I would have loved the anti-charm ability when I fought those witches.
Good job. No other expedition managed that.
No other expedition had a Lumina converter.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
Hey, shout out. I assume they're shutting me out. So farming, I feel like the boss is going to apply charm. So I feel like farming anti-charm would be good. But that's also what a coward would do. I'm not a coward. If it's difficult, I'll resort to strategy. Like I did for Sprung. Or the, that Master of Dark and Night that we fought the other stream. Who made us dizzy and created duplicates of its face. rush. Why not?
Chroma is flowing. Ready to obey.
There we go. We got a burn off at least.
A storm is coming. A storm is coming. Let us stay
Had I known that they did that, I would not have wasted all my burn on them.
Finesse and grace.
That's a secret area. These levels are bigger than you'd think. I guess they are meant to be 2 full levels, and this is a good chunk of Act 2. We're making a weapon to pierce the barrier to get to the monolith. What is that? Another boss? There's definitely more down there.
Nice.
Let's deal with a cloth rattlesnake. Glissando.
Lune, watch out!
Dang it! Took Lune. That's fine, I still got the break here, so... Immediately break him. And that should spit out Lune. My stains, but I have enough for lightning dance. Finish it off. No, didn't finish it off. Burned us. There you go. Sylvain outfit for someone. For Lune. I love that it's implying that it is just straight up her singing. And she has this lovely voice.
Perfect.
What the hell is all of this? There's another Petanque down there. Double mark. Energizing attack 2.
Let the ink flow. Lightning
If your stanceless switch to offensive, fire skills cost 1 less. Yeah, I gotta get that. That's too good. We got a lot there. Yes, good. There we go. Ten burn from the start.
Here we go. Let's speed things up.
Let's spill some ink.
Two attacks, he's up to 33 burn. Nuts. Okay, so now we've done both sides of the arena with the glissando. So now let's rest. Or no, do we need to? No, I can just pop a chroma elixir. Because we didn't use any other items. The music starts to overlap with her song. literally wrapping around. Alright, so this is probably going to be my final... Where? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is trippy. I think as soon as I take her out, that's going to be my final match for the day.
Luke, Expedition 67. We're out of explosives, but we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings.
Isn't that,
Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings.
Steven Universe.
Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
Blue Diamond. Whenever she cries, everyone around her cries, and that's her power. You cannot fight in her presence because you're just constantly overwhelmed with unending sorrow.
We're finally there.
I mean, you know what?
She's waiting at the end of this.
Let's just rest then. The dancing arena. Again, I feel like she's a...
Then we should prepare before we head there. Free aim damage is not bad. I think I might do that for her because her free aim is pretty weak. There we go. So we've enhanced our main team. She's even grander than I thought.
Yune, you're okay, right?
I swear I've seen this dance before.
Isn't that what SK was doing? I don't know. Nah, she's all jiggly. So we've taken out her glissando, the giant cloth worm, and the seamster who made all of her cloth. The question is, are we going to be able to hit her with my techniques? Lune's lightning dance has been what has been wrecking every enemy. It's what helped me defeat Sprung. parents. Gustav. We're literally being... Her husband. Child. Noko! Oh, my heart! What does Verso see? Does Verso see anyone? No. Because Verso's with us, she was angered and removed the illusions. God, that dance is beautiful. This cutscene is gorgeous. Alright, I want to kill her. Celine. Good.
Let the ink flow. It's locked on you.
A widow ballet charms Lune.
Let's speed things up.
Rush. Throw a rain of fire, get it to 33. Lose inverted. Dance becomes frantic.
A storm is coming.
They go next. Let's... So, next turn I'll go up to 4 as Lune. I can spend 2 of that. So I can do another ice and a burn. I'm okay with that. If I give it to her, she'll be at 9, or she'll be maxed out, so she can do the big attack. And really up that burn.
Lune, attention.
The grand ballet begins.
Let's push forward.
Merci. This will hurt. Witness the
78 burn! Plentiful Harvest, consume Foretell, give it to the allies.
Let the ink flow.
good.
Is that a section of the Opera House? Final act. Saldo.
Take your shot.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Tisserand. Energizing turn. AP on the start of every... An additional AP on the start of every turn. That's pretty good. Alright. Just trying to banshee us to death. Lune like the most prone to giving in? Or is this when Lune steps up the same way CL stepped up against the Mask Maker? Just look at this! This is a double A game. Sure. Building up all this chroma? Did I counter her song? Cloth. The same way the mask was left behind by the Mask Keeper. The cloth was left behind, and we were going to combine the mask and the cloth and their chroma to create a weapon. The second Axon. And it shows both Serene and the Mask Maker. So I like how it doesn't force you to go one way. It's the same image. It doesn't force you to go one way or the other. Back at camp. Back at camp. Do it. Get another vision. I saw Renoir last time. My question is, Renoir and Alicia can move. Why can Verso not? Nope.
Why?
Julie?
What did you see this time?
don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things? Who are you?
Simon? The only other name we don't know? Could the woman that's distorted be Julie and this is Simon? A weapon for Mael. Cool. Is it an actual barrier breaker acquired? You can now face the Paintus at the monolith. You know I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, but I really like that. Fire skills cost 1 less. Steel shields removed from hitting enemies. Oh, that's pretty cool. I really like chatting them because I really like less cost to my fire spells. So I think the last thing I'm going to do is talk to my companions.
You seem preoccupied.
It's nothing. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed. You're not nervous?
Of course I am. We will do everything in our power, and either it will be enough, or it won't.
Yeah.
You used to be a farmer.
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farmer?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest
Scythes are
crops.
meant for harvesting crops.
I used to love the Gardens of Lumiere.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding island. That's actually how I met Pierre. I
Her
asked
husband.
his team for honey. He brought me a bouquet of them.
Smart man. If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice.
You don't talk about your husband, Mark. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... it still hurt. Neither of us were perfect.
What happened to it? You don't have to talk about...
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed up. I was prepared for his gommage, but not for him to die in an... We were supposed to have 5 more years. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful.
That's a good way to... You were lucky to have found each other.
Yeah,
Well,
Again, there was an
can't
infant.
compete with
He was
that.
holding an infant in that vision.
you're competing.
That's a nice way to say fling. Is there a future where I might,
Let's just focus on... and...
I feel used, but... I like...
Good. Deepen. I think 7 is the maximum.
You seem preoccupied.
It's nothing.
So
It's
we
been a
get
long-
something new at
You,
4,
on the other hand, you're
which
not
I think
nervous.
everyone's at. We don't get anything new at 5.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh. Actually, I should... Thank you.
Lune is working on the journal for Expedition 33.
Working on the 33's journal. Are you planning to die anytime soon?
Well, You never know what tomorrow brings.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still?
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32. Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6. And I was apprenticed to my parents.
Yeah.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own. Look at you.
See? That's how you ask questions. My parents were both artists. Widely
Renoir?
respected, very prominent artists.
Again,
So,
I think Renoir was a
there was a
musician,
great
and I
deal
think
of
the
pressure
Paintress is
to
his
follow
mother.
their path.
You're an artist.
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning...
Music is my passion.
So they were both.
Huh. Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar.
Piano, mostly. But you know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right? Of course you do. Maybe we could play...
Maybe we...
Found a common passion. She's intrigued by this facet of Verso. Again, the Paintress is 100% his mother.
I can't believe...
Power through.
Thank you.
Oh. Still thinking.
I wish Gustav.
You okay?
So, is the Paintress going to be the end of Act 2? And then dealing with Renoir and all that's going to be Act 3?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
nothing. Just thinking
And the
about
truth of
Gustav.
Verso's family, whatever the
Lucia.
caretaker is, whatever that woman is,
Every
whatever
time I
Alicia
think
is.
I've managed to get a wave comes out of nowhere.
I know.
How do you do it?
They say time heals all wounds.
He has a lot
I
of
guess
time.
death heals all wounds too. Bad joke. Death is not necessarily final.
What does that...
Gustav lives on another way. Through your memories, through his influence on your life.
Yeah, that's...
Try talking to it. I'm serious. It helps. I imagine what they would say. How they would react. It helps me.
Oh,
Not in the mood to talk. Doesn't want to be alone.
You're finally...
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to get something at level 6. Maybe the third
I'm
thing.
bored.
Nuh-uh.
No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
True.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either.
Poor losers. Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages.
All right. Get ready to lose. Here we go.
Ha! Once again,
Yay.
Verso.
All right. Get ready to lose. Just try it. My turn. Here we go.
That combo's insane!
Ha! Once again,
Yeah. Verse. All right. Get ready to lose.
Won't, won't, won't.
Let's carve a path. Bring it on.
That combo!
Ha. Once again.
Yeah.
Verse.
All right. Get ready to lose. Cut him down. Didn't really need it. I would have lived. Oh well. Didn't really need it. I've got this. Really need it. I would have lived. I'll manage. Not impressed. You're outmatched. Here we go. Didn't really need it.
Huge!
You're in this. You're outmatched. Really need it. Good stuff.
There you go.
My turn.
I could do that. Costs less AP. This insane. This is very high damage.
I've lived through worse. I would have lived. Really need it. That's better. That's better.
All but one would have countered it.
go. You need it. Time to end this.
That'll finish him out.
Right.
Insane.
Aha!
You got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul.
You're right. You have grown more formidable than I remembered.
And I respect your loss. You were right. Come on, let's go get a drink.
They're thrilled to have fought each other once more in their own special way. They're displaying affection for each other. We're still only there for Monoko? Okay, unlocked his second gradient. Sanctuary. He can't drink because of his mask.
You're finally...
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
Is it?
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Did you
Sorry is the flying rock?
Sorry was my first rock.
Really?
Francois was super jealous. But he
That's
got
the second
one
time we've heard
from
about Clea.
Clemens
Francois misses Clea.
Wait. Francois has his own set of rocks.
Because we're buddies.
Okay. I might do some grinding to max out those Pictos. Gustave's homage. She hopes Gustave's appreciated. So for writing in the journal enough, I got a new skill. Face the paintress at the monolith. Oh, one more cutscene.
We've done it.
I might grind up Pictos,
Really going to face the paintress?
but on our next stream we're gonna fight the paintress. It's either we fight the paintress now and that's the end of Act 2, or
That being said,
we fight
someone
Verso's
here has
family and
been
then
hiding a
something
terrible
happens and the
secret
paintress is
from
Act
us.
3.
What are you talking about?
you thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they? Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Versa.
What?
She promised me sweet rocks.
Is that wine?
He's made of wine?
I stored my personal stash inside it. All excellent vintages.
What?
I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
Oh god, he just vomits wine!
I told you to stop drinking alone.
None for
You're a
Mael?
great
She's a child, but...
generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
It comes with age.
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, I'll leave you to it.
Something's going on with you, Verso. Because we're gonna kill your mom? I'm 90% sure it's your mom. Alicia. They take the same position. Again, they're clearly family. Good dude, Verso.
You embrace her, yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here?
No.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness?
You've condemned thousands to that
thought
fate.
Through the consequences. Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given.
Immortality.
Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes. Between the bars of their prison.
Oh, screw you, dude.
Of the monolith.
That
of the monolith.
The voice blended Renoir and Verso. Oh, that was cool. Okay.
Wow. I drank too much last night.
I can't remember a thing.
You clean me out, mes amis.
You bunch of drunks.
Alright. So I think we'll do that tomorrow. No, Tuesday. Still obviously so much more. have some stuff all the way back in Yellow Harvest. We also haven't been back to the village in a while, where we could, like, turn in all the journals we've gotten. Alright, I'm doing that just to save, because that's where I'm going to call it. I'll do the rest, I'll do some exploration, maybe on Tuesday, but for now I think going after the Patris is going to be the next big thing. So tomorrow, we're finishing Lost Records. Tuesday, Clair Obscur. Wednesday, Genshin Impact's flagship event for 5.6. Thursday, Clair Obscur. That might be a little bit later in the evening. Not sure about Friday. That's what I got so far. I think I might take Friday off. But that's what's on tap. Alright? So thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for letting me ramble for a hot minute. That's all for this thing that I'm doing. So, thank you so much. And until next time, stay awesome. Peace.